All right, let's get this started. Make sure the audio is working. I'll share out the link. Guess I should share this on X as well. Wait for a few people to get in, and then I'll just ask that you let me know if the audio's okay. Sometimes has issues. Great. Okay, just sharing this out on X, and then we'll take a look at what's going on here. Everyone wants me to freeze the market. Don't we want it to either go up or down? Okay. Well, I wasn't a long. I'm no longer in a long. Let's just go over to this chart really quick and we'll take a look at order flow as well. Let me move over this to this screen, then move this over here. Let's just get rid of this count for now. I actually long Bitcoin last night at the lows. Kind of hard not to long into this idea. I longed it pretty aggressively before bed down here. Now you have this really nice move right into the 618. Just a little bit of a trending breakout there on the lowest of time frames. Coming into the weekend, I quite liked, obviously if you remember, you'll know, but I quite liked the idea of running these daily highs into, I'm just going to kind of go over, I guess that'd be on the other chart here. I like the idea of running this daily high, like even back when we were back here, running this daily high and then coming down for this weekly low into the GP. We got a nice bounce there, but it's kind of hard to be super excited about this long setup. You know, whereas before we had this really nice kind of clean parallel structure, nice ping off the low, nice reaction, reclaiming this previous weekly low. You know, I did hold through a retest here, but I'll just kind of share some brief local thoughts. We'll look at order flow and price action. You know, obviously things looked really good off the initial reaction of this low. As soon as we started breaking all this down and we started getting quite a bit of bearish absorption in order flow here, looked okay off the retest. Maybe if we could carry a little bit of strength, but again, a really clean rejection off of that previous weekly low and more bearish absorption. Now I am a little bit, you know, I'm aware that we're still kind of within the bounds of this idea, and I'll kind of share a few thoughts. Let me, and, you know, kind of in this parallel structure still, so I don't completely want to hoop myself if we start showing a lot of strength out of here. But let's take a look at order flow, because that's, I think, kind of interesting. You know, Binance has had a different look to it all day. You know, here we could see a lot of, off of this low, we had a nice reaction, but throughout here, we saw a lot of absorption of long aggression coming in here. See the long aggression coming in, the divergences in CBD, and price just, you know, failing to push any higher. And even off this low, still, I would classify this as bearish absorption. Now, I'm not surprised that we're going to keep getting reactions off these lows. There are quite a lot of aggressive shorts opening down here. So, whether or not we squeeze them out for some kind of move here locally is one thing. We have this local high. Let me make sure this is on the right screen. Yeah, it is. We have this local high, which was our previous weekly low, that could act as kind of a local resistance, and we could get some ranging here. But yeah, it's kind of hard at this point to really love this idea for holding it through to the highs of the range, which was my plan. But it's just not super clean. Seeing absorption all throughout here. Here we reject. Maybe we can squeeze out these shorts again. But what happens here? Yeah, I'm I'm agnostic on this at this point. Kind of won't be a little bit suspicious that we just hold a low and rally, but there are some nice ideas, and we'll kind of talk. I'll just go over them briefly. I talked about this on my last, I guess, public live stream. I believe I did anyways, but that was back when, I think price was down here. Something like this, putting in an A, B, C, pushing up to here, putting in a fourth wave, clear off this chart a little bit, putting in a fourth wave in this kind of substructure here, then coming down, taking this low for a fifth wave, and a push up around 100K, maybe put in a B wave. I won't go into it all again. You can watch my last live stream if you're super interested in the overall idea there. But there is an alternative, which is that the whole thing is just done, and our wave 4 is done, and we've just put in a triangle here, and we just end up breaking down into these lows. So I don't know. I think we're at kind of a critical spot here locally, which would be, I think some of these A, B, C ideas are still intact, where we have our A, B, C, putting in a fifth wave, but we can also just break down here. And I'd say this is quite a critical, it's obviously critical for any higher low ideas, because price can't go much lower and put in a higher low. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what happens here locally. This is kind of where I wanted to be taking longs, which I was in a long from here last night, but yeah, it's hard to be on the minute-to-minute time frame. It's hard to be super optimistic about it. Could see what happens as we squeeze out some shorts from the lows here, because there's a difference between thinking about what might happen, let's say over the next several hours. You're not necessarily, if you think that lower can come, you're not necessarily looking to short that low, and you're not necessarily surprised and maybe even interested in longs off this low with all those shorts coming in. But does the idea of holding along from there for new highs look super compelling? Doesn't look particularly clean at this point. Just realized. Great. All right. Well, I was on the wrong chart. Probably a good idea to keep. Yeah, the minute-to-minute playbook here, between even having longs there last night and here, even something like this might look quite nice. But it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Because even now, like, we have all these shorts at the lows. We'll just go to the 1 minute time frame here. Probably doesn't take much to squeeze those out. If you've opened up shorts here, might not take much to see those unravel. Yeah, I apologize, guys. I didn't flip the screens over there. Did I explain the whole thing on order flow? I was on the TradingView chart at one point, right? I think so. Like even this has a little bit of a nice bullish look to it, right? You know, it's kind of hard not to want to have something here for a long, but you know, you kind of might at this point be looking just to treat it as a scalp. See if these shorts start unwinding here. Be kind of nice just to reject and get a big flush here, but can easily just range here. We'll see what happens. There's obviously lots of things that can happen. See what starts to look more apparent. I'll just zoom out one more time. You know, let me get rid of some stuff and just clean up the chart a little bit. We'll turn this off too. We'll zoom out just for a second. So the whole idea here on the higher time frames is something like maybe an A, B, C, with the question being, you know, have we formed our 5 waves to the downside? And looking for, my primary idea has been looking for something like an A, B, C to form a wave 4 and a move to the downside. But there is a possibility that this is just a 4 as a triangle, and we just put in the wave 5 now. So either way, this would be quite an interesting long, but it's not hard to imagine something shaping up here that ends up looking like an A, B, C. This would be my preferred plan because, I mean, just my preferred plan in the sense of it'd be nice to trade, to have something like this, run all the highs, get a nice move down into the lows, and then something up towards 100K. But yeah, this is kind of the, I mean, it's hard to say this isn't the do or die for that idea. And the question for me is just, do I want to even try to be long off the lows here? I already was, but I don't have that position on anymore. So some pressure is being put on those shorts at the lows on someone says taking the 57,474 weekly close looks nice. Also the all-time value right low. Yeah, it's a nice level. I mean, I think at some point trading into that low would be really nice. And I would definitely wouldn't mind setting up some trades towards it. But maybe my bias of not wanting it to come now is because I don't have shorts running towards that low. And it just seems like it'd be, I mean, it just would objectively be nice to put in a higher low and do this, because all of this is, in theory, easy to trade. Leave this low behind and come back for it later. It's kind of a, I mean, I think a lot of people, I've seen a lot of comments or just, you know, that this wick gets taken. I think it probably does at some point, but I think a lot of people wanting to trade towards that now. There's some opportunities if we do put in a higher low just to really wreck some people all the way out of this range and really get people offside here and then come back for it. But could be wishful thinking at this point. We're getting close. We'll see here what happens. This is like, again, you know, this is kind of something on the low time frames you kind of want to be long off of when all of this aggressive shorting starts coming in at the lows. It's just the question is, do the lows look very clean for continuation off of them, or do we just squeeze out these shorts and then get a move back to the downside? Of course, I don't want to take a look at Binance here as well. I don't want to not be long if we carry a lot of strength out of these lows. But, you know, if we just look at Binance's order flow, it looks pretty suspicious for lower, but Binance doesn't look so bad. But yeah, looks kind of choppy. We kind of find out pretty quick here when we see what happens to these shorts. And when I'm saying that there's shorts opening down here, I'm just referring to this. You know, we see high volumes here, the delta in the candles here, negative 30 million, negative 28 million, increasing open interest. So this is all the market orders, market buying, market selling, this delta. It's the delta between the aggressive buying and selling. It's negative and open interest is increasing. So you can see on the sell side of the candle here, there's just a lot of people shorting this aggressively. It doesn't mean this has to hold as a major low, but it looks interesting as at least a local low. And we are getting a lot of strength off of it. I do have a long on, but I'm not planning on holding it at this point beyond just a local short squeeze, which I imagine finishes up in most scenarios pretty quick here. And we can maybe see that happen. But if we go to the low time frames, it's just looking for some pressure to be put on these shorts for them to pop maybe back into a retest of these highs. I will just be closing this as a scalp and then seeing what happens from there, if we can get continuation of the downside or if something ends up looking interesting to long again. But maybe just kind of an impromptu order flow example. Just looking for some decent volume and delta here in a impulse or pop to the upside, and probably decreasing open interest, right? We want to see maybe shorts closing, getting stopped out. And there's kind of no reason to think at this point, it doesn't have to come, by the way, it would just be kind of the thesis of a trade off these lows. There's no point to think that that's happened yet. We have some longs opening aggressively into this, but based on the amount of shorts that came in at the lows, you know, we should get 30, 40, 50 million delta, something like that. Just depends how many longs come in as well at the same time. But we don't mind, you know, it's kind of has a bit of a bearish look if you have all the shorts stopped out, a bunch of longs start chasing in to the highs, and then you reject again. Can also end up playing as a scalp short. We are rejecting from the local GP here. Putting a little bit of stress testing this little grindy uptrend. Just gonna zoom in here, and we can have Binance and Bybit pulled up at the same time. So what's the general consensus here? Lots of people commenting that taking the low would be nice. Do you guys think that it's more likely we hold a higher low or take this low? I don't really want to say at this point what I think is more likely, because at this moment it's probably not worth guessing. But the reality is higher low trades here, more often than not, I would say it's not about which one's more likely, but a higher low trade somewhere from here more likely ends in a new high, right? More likely than not. So there's some asymmetry there. We'll see. It'd be funny if this just happens. Like we just have like a god candle out of here. I don't think longs here are crazy. I just don't think this low looks super clean. Could start looking a lot better though. Take a look at the order flow. So looking for ideally a little pop to push these shorts out. It's always possible that we just start squeezing them out, longs start opening, more shorts start closing, and we get a lot of strength, but can always see what happens if we reclaim that previous low, get some continued strength. Maybe I'll set up something locally if that happens. So for those that don't know, these are just candles. The left side is the aggressive selling, the right side in white is the aggressive buying. These blue and red candles are open interest, if it's increasing, decreasing. And this down here just tells you the volume in the candle, the delta in the aggressive buying and selling, positive and negative. And this is the cumulative volume delta below. And that's represented by this yellow line. So it's just looking at what market buying and selling is happening, and therefore what limit buying and selling is happening, because you need two to tango. Well, when I say super clean low, I mean I like the look of the low. I like the look of the low a lot better when it's holding just all of the levels really cleanly, all of the structure really cleanly. So, for example, off the first low, you know, we run right into the level of interest. Oh, on the wrong channel. Right into the level of interest here. Sweep this low, right into the GP, hold up the parallel structure really cleanly, get a nice rally, reclaim some levels, showing some strength. Looks clean like that, but now we're still in the channel. We're still kind of in the lower bounds of the GP, but we've kind of washed through it. We've kind of washed through this channel a little bit. We've bounced and rejected now from, you know, that previous low marked in red here. On the low time frames, we bounced and rejected. Not to say we can't break out. It's just all getting a little messy. It's not to say you can't bounce, but it's nice to have really clean structure. I let's go here really quick. This is I'll keep an eye on this. Yeah, a few days ago in the Discord, I kind of liked, I made a little video on this idea. I kind of liked the idea of running up through these daily highs, which we got this like put this nice push up and then a quick rejection down into the weekly low here. And this is the level we're tapping now. And, you know, I like the idea of that. Run some highs, kind of fake out this downtrend, put in the lower high, kind of got this nice corrective look to it, run all these lows, and then I did end up longing this low last night, like I said, on the low time frames. But now go to the daily chart. We had this idea, you know, down here, run this daily high. We had our POC here. There's a GP here. Kind of fake out this really aggressive, really sharp downtrend we're in. Fake it out, roll over. Looks nice. But now we've rejected again from here, and now we're just holding below this previous low. So as much as I want to like this idea, I just have to say that it probably objectively doesn't look super great. But there are ideas maybe, and that's why I'm hoping it kind of happens on a live stream. I could kind of give an idea of what I would look for. Maybe we do just get this kind of roll over into something like this, and we grind down, we get something really nice looking, and I might try an aggressive long out of there and end up trading that idea either way. It's of course very possible. Again, it's anything can happen. It's very possible, you know, we do just grind and we impulse squeeze out these shorts, and then we just carry on, and it starts all looking a lot better. But let's see what happens when/if we squeeze out these shorts. I think that's likely that we get a local squeeze at least, but What happens after that, we'll have to see. You guys all have trading view, so we'll just keep it on the order flow here. Let's see. Again, I'm not saying what will happen, right? No one knows. But the idea of a squeeze to push out these shorts looks nice. I mean, there's certainly some pressure being put on them. Whether or not price can continue to squeeze up and push them out, we'll see. But for now, there's some locally strong price action. Although it is a live stream, so we could just trade here in a 0.1% range for 3 hours. This is, in the Discord, I made a joke just in the chat. Surely they aren't allowed to do that. Just as those shorts come in, right? Like, it looks pretty bearish, but it's like, you're not allowed to open all these shorts right at the lows, are you? And get away with it. But it's not that it never happens. But it's a nice time to maybe look for just a little bit of strength. You can always just navigate price action if it looks strong or looks weak. Yeah, hypes at the log scale GP. I got break evened on that while I was asleep. Had a nice initial bounce, but it's pretty weak compared to Bitcoin after that. Had a nice initial bounce off of here, but sold off pretty weak all night. Been pretty weak all day. It is still kind of an interesting area here. This was Another idea. May as well just take an eye look at it. This was, yeah, another idea I was interested in on hype, which was, let me move this over here. This was the daily chart. You know, we'd taken all these highs, this idea of, you know, maybe putting in the lower high here and then running back down to the GP. A nice, you know, move from $35, $36 down to the $28 region. Didn't look for longs there. But here's the daily chart here. Got a big move to the downside by 30% at the log GP. Stuff is at interesting levels. Doge is also at its GP off the move. Everything's kind of at interesting levels for potential higher lows. Well, you'd think with the news, I mean, the stock market would be crashing. We just found out everybody's part of everyone's cultists sacrificing people. We're getting aliens announced soon. Still just trading. AI is going to destroy the world. No one cares. Oh, are there I haven't seen the odds on aliens poly market. That might be a trade worth taking, depending on how it's phrased. If we just need an announcement that there's aliens, then that could be a Trump Hail Mary to stay in office. Hey, we can't have elections. There's aliens. Um, Someone says your long will win. You know when you have that weird intuition. So GP rather than 786. What is your preferred target for this one? Well, you're more convinced than I am. But if I do end up longs, you know, for anything other than just a local setup, then my targets are around 78K probably. I mean, the idea of why I'd want to be long here at all is just that the high isn't in, which it very well may be. We put in an A, B, C for wave 4. But this probably still has to be considered at this point. I just don't like, you know, when it's like, I don't have a strong opinion here. Price can do lots of things and it can start looking a lot better. But in this very moment, I just don't like when price is doing a series of things I don't like. And I like it when it's doing things I do like for my idea. So, but I also want to pay attention here, right? I'm not like at the point where I'm thinking, now this idea is completely washed. I'm gonna, go away and I'll come back tomorrow, because a lot can happen here. I just want to see what happens. How do you spot shorts puking versus just new longs opening? Well, most candles have a bit of everything in them. It's just, whatever. Some candles are just predominantly more one thing than another. So, like, if you look at a candle like this, it's not that there's no shorts opening in here. It's not that there's no longs opening, but it's sort of dominated by longs getting stopped out. You have decreasing open interest, big negative delta. You're kind of not surprised that that's where it's happening. Where was there? There was a nice short squeeze candle. Here's a short squeeze candle. So this one, you can see as price rallies, you have 28 million positive delta. Let me make sure I'm on the right screen. Okay, I am. And then decreasing open interest, right? Versus, so you see decreasing open interest, 45 million volume with almost 30 million delta. So it's predominantly aggressive market buying. Same with the next candle. But because of the decreasing open interest and the fact that the candle's volume is predominantly market buying, it's predominantly shorts getting squeezed out. That's kind of that's the makeup of that candle. Not that there's nothing else going on in there, but that's predominantly what the volume is. Whereas, you could say that this candle's more dominated by longs opening, this one more by shorts opening. This is mostly longs opening. So kind of same volume, same delta, 43 million volume, 24 million delta, but all increasing open interest. So this is mostly longs opening. And you can have increasing open interest with net neutral delta, and you can see in the bid-ask profile, there's aggressive buying, aggressive selling. It's mostly increasing open interest. So there's a mix of aggressive shorts. It's neutral, aggressive shorting, and aggressive longing. It's delta neutral. This candle at the local highs here on Binance, mostly aggressive longs coming in. I think what would put me in a uncomfortable spot, maybe I have a little long running and I TP on a short squeeze and we reject and I don't get back long and something like this happens and not long at all in here for some reason. If there's strength, that would be a little bit of a, that's where things would sort of get uncomfortable, right? Because you kind of start to see this playing out. So that's kind of the position I don't want to be in. But but I'm not so convinced that's entirely likely at this point. We'll see. We could get the pop here. I feel like if there's aliens, that's got to be good for oil. You know, maybe people think we'll have a war with the aliens, so oil could go up, and bad for the stock market. Stock market crashes, oil goes up. That's the alien hedge, the alien trade. Would not mind seeing oil make its way out of here. And a little local downtrend forming on Bitcoin. Little triangle, maybe. Wave 4 triangle. Come on, guys. Let's at least go a little higher. Push out those shorts. Give some clarity. Well, yeah, the aliens providing us with a new energy source comes like after, right? You have oil go to new all-time highs, everyone's afraid, and then it's like, oh, the aliens are good and they're giving us unlimited energy, and then that's when you short oil. Tony says, about missing moves, I'm struggling with the today PA because like I knew what I was looking for, but PA didn't do that, but I didn't accept that reality. Instead, started to hope and cope. Yeah, I mean it's tough when price action isn't doing exactly what you want it to. I mean, right now it's like I like longs from here. I just don't like them right now. And maybe a little lower. And yeah, it can be hard to just accept that what's happening isn't what you want to see, right? But better just to accept it. And I don't know exactly what, your situation was. Let me Yeah, like I kind of woke up this morning kind of optimistic about that bounce from the lows holding, but we had a lot of shorts open, but we rejected off of this We had a nice bounce, but then this all just started breaking down, and then we started getting a lot of bearish absorption here. So that's just the reality of things. You don't know what's going to happen lower, but just assess it when it comes. Be nice to get the little pop here. I mean, even if we go straight up here, because I'm in local long setup, I wouldn't be too happy about that because it's not the long I want to be in. That's exo charts, which someone asked what this is. It's exo charts, which I'll pop over to now. We'll see what happens as we squeeze through these highs. If these shorts start unwinding. All right. There's some shorts starting to unwind. And not that I can't get back in if we keep going higher, but it's not going to take too much for me just to close this trade because it is just to squeeze out these shorts at the lows. Do you feel like you're evolving your edge, or do you reach the point where you're resistant? I feel like the last few weeks I'm devolving my edge. Thoughts on edge decay? It just depends what your edge is, right? There's so many different types of edges. This would be a little bit of a lackluster short squeeze if it ends here. You know, order flow a lot of times, it's not just something that, you know, is A plus when you're entering a trade, but it's kind of through the life of a trade too. Like, let's just say, for example, you know, you were short into this move to the downside, and you start to see stuff like this, longs coming in, getting absorbed. You have bearish divergences. You see a sell-off. You've kind of front ran the targeted low down here. More longs aggressively pile in and get completely cucked, as the kids would say. And then, you know, you have a sell-off into the lows. So, you know, I would say that this has, it's not like crazy bearish, but it's bearish enough. This, like Binance all day has had this sort of choppy but predominantly bearish look to it. But you know, you want to see, like, if you're it just depends on the type of trade you're taking again. So if you're wanting to long the lows, you do want to see price moving to the lows with a lot of aggressive selling. And I it's not a bad thing to see aggressive shorting coming in at the lows, increasing open interest on negative delta, and then just seeing the lows hold up and seeing price start grinding higher, holding above the shorts. Like, if this is classified as an order flow read to see a short squeeze here, you know there's shorts trapped down here. You can see prices grinding higher, putting pressure on them, holding up quite nicely, impulsing higher. The shorts haven't unwound yet. If we get an impulse up through these highs and a bunch of trapped longs, all the shorts are squeezed. It could look like a short setup. We'll see. I just wouldn't mind seeing price start moving here. Into these local highs. Am I on? Even just running through them towards the GP SR flip. Oh, I mean, see, this is where you start thinking to yourself, you're like, oh man, what do I do? What do I do here? Price just keeps running. Hmm. What do you do? The other thing is you don't really know when the shorts, like if you're counter trading for a squeeze, you don't know exactly where the shorts will close, right? They're just kind of waiting for evidence that they have been squeezed out. Which hasn't come yet. But we have a fourth wave triangle here playing out. So that means this is the fifth and final wave. I'm kind of joking, but well, yeah, it's just, I mean, order flow is really about just seeing what trader's price is rewarding, right? And which trader's price is punishing. Like, let's just say all these shorts that came in at the lows, all these shorts open up, and then, say, price is in this kind of pretty clean downtrend. This happens, and this happens. It's like, is price really punishing these shorts? Is there anyone stepping in here to put pressure on them and squeeze them out? There's no evidence of that. And so it takes somebody to actually do the work, right? Tony, the guy who was saying he was struggling because price action wasn't doing what he wanted it to, but he was just coping. He knew what he wanted to see, but he didn't see it. And he said PA was doing completely giving red flags, and I started hoping and coping. What exercises are best? Like, it is a big issue if you know what to do, but being very impatient or not accept the PA or the price action. Well, I think it's a good place to be, to know what to do, right? Like, if you're recognizing even in the moment that you kind of know what you want to do and what you want to see, and you're just not seeing it, but you're not acting on it. I would say the best thing you can do is just start acting on it, right? Acting on the things you're supposed to do. And it's not about individual outcomes. It can't be. So, let's just say it's some version of, what you're supposed to do, and you're saying, oh no, I should do this. This is either what I want to see or not what I want to see, but I'm not going to, because, what if this time X, Y, Z happens? Or what if I do that and then something happens? It's like you can always play that game, right? But if you just start getting in the habit of saying, okay, well, this is what's happening, I'm just going to act on it, and whatever the outcome is irrelevant, because it in a way doesn't matter what it is you're trying to do or you should do. If you even if you are going to end up making the wrong decision, if you can't do what you think you're supposed to do, that's kind of all that really matters to some extent. Because it's not really going to matter what you do as a trader if you don't develop the skill of just doing what you think you're supposed to do. Whether ends up being the right or wrong thing on any given instance is kind of irrelevant, because as you develop as a trader, you're going to learn things and you're going to be able to apply new things. But if you haven't developed the skill of just doing what you think you're supposed to do, then it doesn't really matter, right? Someone could hand you the holy grail trading system or trading setup, or however you want to define it, but if you can't do the things you're supposed to do as far as you can see it, then Yeah. So to answer your question, I'd say it's just a skill that you have to develop by doing it, and just saying, hey, I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know what I'm supposed to do, or I think I know what I'm supposed to do. So I'm just going to do that. Come on, little guy. You got a little more juice in you. They're just right up here. It's not far. The longs you want to wipe out, they'll still be there. Yeah, it's kind of, it's also a Monday. So it'd be nice to put in a low on a Monday. Let's see. There's a little bit more going on with Binance here. Man, I will say though, there is a bit of a bearish look to some stuff here. This is true. Like, you're not really so surprised just to see stuff nuke. Like, look, I mean, of course you can get some strength from here, but look at ETH. Can put in a higher low, but need to see some strength out of there. Sure, sure looks like it just. I mean, it looks like if it rolls over here, it doesn't really want to bounce off that low. Like ETH looks like if we run this low, it just looks like it wants to roll all the way over this $1,300 low. It doesn't really look like it wants to, looks like it wants to do like that. Not really like this, but yeah, we'll see. I probably, what do I just let this go? Who knows? This doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look great. We'll see. Um, I don't know. I'm not really smart enough to figure all that out. Ree says being bearish overall on Bitcoin has a higher probability on the scales as we've never seen BTC handle a broken economy. We've seen a BTC bear market. We've never seen BTC in an overall bear market. I don't know. It's hard to say. You know, is the economy broken? In some ways, probably, but it just depends how you define it, right? I mean, I think in some things are broken, some things are transforming. I mean, it's kind of hard to say what the global economy is going to look like over the next few years. But just kind of that overall perspective, it's kind of hard to plan trades around. Like, I mean, something like this idea, you know, whatever. Say we put in the low here, we put in the low here, whatever it is. Man, I do just like the looks of that a lot. But we put in something like this. You know, we get a move up to 100K and then move back down sub 50K. It's a plan. There's some levels. But kind of just saying being bearish overall because broken economy, it's kind of hard to structure trades around that. Because even in a broken economy, we can pump 70%. Okay. So let's see what happens. One would imagine this is, I'm going to give some clarity here. The shorts get squeezed out. What price does from there should be telling. Probably just looking for price to run this $65,200 high, but we'll see what order flow does. Well, yeah, I don't know. Says, but think about all the pressure on the American dollar, commodity war. I don't know your political stance, and for obvious reasons. I think it's, again, going to be hard. Like, there's levels, there's ideas I would short on Bitcoin for new lows, but, you know, price can get up there. But like at this moment, I wouldn't know how to put a trade on around that thesis unless you're just kind of opening up shorts, right? I would still just trade technical structure. I mean, I'm a macroeconomist just when I'm shorting the stock market. Just saying, well, aliens, something, right? Something's got to happen. That's a pretty wicked weekly chart. Whenever I'm in doubt, I just read Michael Burry tweets. Okay. I mean, unironically, if you're looking for some views on NVIDIA, Michael Burry has talked about it a lot. The bearish case. I didn't actually read the whole exchange, but there was some exchange that was something like, you know, I'm awesome. I called 29 of the last 31 crashes. I don't know. I forget what it said. It was Michael Burry. He was basically standing on business. He's like, I'm short NVIDIA and it is going down. So maybe I should just be short NVIDIA and not the stock market. I have my own thesis about the stock market crashing when some of these the big sevens start coming down, but we'll see. All right, can we just tag this high? Just keep going. So like right now, again, it's not that you're not thinking a little bit like, we could probably reject from something like this. It's possible, but the thesis is to squeeze out these shorts I would say more or less. There's not a ton of evidence. And that's what's happened. These can end up, you know, these longs are needed to push price up. What does Binance look like? Just keep going a little more. A big impulse, big volume, big delta, and then maybe slap it down. We'll see. And then we can maybe see what happens on a local low or whatever. Just hard to imagine that we just rally off this low, but maybe Spidey sense is tingling a little bit. Yeah, so again, kind of at this point, really, I mean, as much as I just want to be long here and stay the lows in, kind of just looking for something like that. Just tag this high and maybe see, you know, what happens if this. And if we just continue higher, I mean, I will carry the long I have, but it's not the long I want. I'll put it that way. So that'd be a little annoying if we just blast through all of this. Because then I have to make some decisions. I mean, it does seem like they're actually planning on saying something affirmative about aliens. Or they're just like completely trolling everyone. Like Trump's whole I don't have anything to say about aliens, but I can say that Obama released classified information when he said aliens are real. But I won't comment on it myself other than to say he shouldn't be releasing classified information. I mean, I don't even know anymore if the things I see on X, like I just assume everything's made up. But I mean, they did have all those hearings whenever about people coming forward with some, you know, ambiguous knowledge about UAPs and whatever, and kind of people saying they've seen stuff that can't be explained and they want it released to the public. And of course, it doesn't necessarily mean aliens, but it doesn't necessarily mean not, and it doesn't mean that it won't be spun up as aliens. just be kind of weird, but anything's on the table these days. Yeah, I've always wondered how aliens are considered like an anti, like would challenge somebody's faith in God. I've heard a lot of people say that, like, you know, they don't believe there can be aliens because they believe in God, but I've never quite seen that as making much sense. So why couldn't God just make aliens? Well, even if the Earth is flat and we're in a dome, why not make other flat Earths, other domes, put some aliens on them, and then they got the technology to travel between domes. Easy. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Even if they come out and they say, "Yo, there are aliens. They're real. They've been here, for 50 years. We talk to them all the time. Here's one, you know, he's gonna give a speech." It's kind of just hard to believe anything at this point, especially with all it's like with all the Epstein stuff and whatever. It's kind of like, "Oh, I'm sure you'd like us to." It's just hard to believe anything at this point. And just the way that people, that apparently are in the know talk about it, where they're kind of the people that claim that there are aliens and they've been parts of these different programs and they're pushing for the info to be released. They're just so like coy. It's just like we need to release this, and we're gonna have free energy. This technology belongs to the people. People deserve to know, who are you to keep this hidden? It's like if there's actually aliens, we're interacting with them. Do do we think that it's just like politicians or some group of people making the decision not to tell everyone, or would it just not be the aliens? Like if it's just like the least of your worries is like if you're going to get free energy or not. It's just like, well, let's first figure out what the heck. There's been aliens here for 50 years secretly, and obviously, just there's so many implications that, yeah. I mean, it's like if there were if we found alien spaceships coming to Earth, my first thought wouldn't be like, "Ooh, I wonder what technology we're gonna get." I'd be worried about other things. Well, someone said if they were real, why would they hide with the government? Like, why would they give a fuck? They observed us and decided, oh, let's work with the government. Well, maybe there's not very many of them. Maybe they want to do some things here, but they need some people's help to do it. Don't want everyone to know. They need manpower, maybe. If I've got like a group of 30 aliens and I want to abduct some humans and be here for 50 years, I'll probably get some help. Be like, yo, we're going to be doing this stuff. It's going to be kind of obvious. We're going to need you to run some cover. And in return, we won't implant you with eggs. Still a little lame, but looks okay for higher, maybe. Seen some aggression coming on the long side. Some of those aggressive longs closing here locally on this local pullback. Decent negative delta here. Be nice to see another push, squeeze out some of the shorts. There's some amount of shorts closing. Of course, it could play out over kind of a choppy sideways range, but it'd be nice to get it as an impulse. Again, it's just, there's these shorts down at the lows. There's positions coming in and out, some longs coming in, some longs closing here, but not really evidence that the shorts have been squeezed out. And you can't imagine it takes price going much higher to make that happen. So why not just wait for higher? It's hard to imagine, like 15, 20 years ago, that the state of the world could be what it is and the kinds of things that are on the table or potentially happening to the level they're happening. Let's just say something like alien disclosure being a somewhat serious topic. It's just hard to imagine how little everybody would care by that point. Like, we've just gotten to a point in society where it's like, I mean, anything can happen almost, and it's just like, who cares? We're creating super intelligent robots that might take over the world in the next few years. Whatever. That would be bullish for Bitcoin if the aliens came here and they said, you know what? We're adopting Bitcoin as our global currency. What if they drop a meme coin? We get rug pulled by a bunch of aliens. They leave the planet with all our money. The long con. This could get interesting, and now I'm starting to just think the price is just going to carry on through the highs. It looks kind of bullish. I mean, it just doesn't take much for this to just keep looking bullish, but we'll see when we get up there. Hopefully something here, something here. We have an hour and a half to the daily close. Now we do some visualization. What daily candle looks right? This one? Or just hold this up? Because there's a possibility that even if we reject here, then I just end up longing a higher low to the daily close. So we come up here. Oh, it doesn't look great. Get up above here, open the new daily candle. Just leave a wick. Looks okay, maybe. It's really only a third time if you get on the really low time frames. Go to the 12-hour chart. It's really only twice. On the daily chart, just once. probably just send something. We choppy, grindy downtrend off these lows, a little bit of strength. Probably send it again. Order flow looks okay. This daily close above 65K? I don't think that's too likely, but could be. Because even they have a I don't know, it's maybe something. Wave B. Why not just that? That looks fine. Something like that. This gives us a high into like the daily close, something like that. Make a new low at London. A London low. This is about where I'd say, I'm gonna go to sleep. Let's see where we are in the morning. And put in a low, and I wake up at New York here. That sounds about right. I'm just doing some mental visualization here. What the some chart visualization, just kind of what it would look like if we did just reject off of this high. Just kind of have 3 waves to the upside, put in a wave 4, get a move down, complete this correction into a channel, which is also into the broader channel. Which will complete the higher degree wave A, B, C. Let's make it red. That kind of looks right, right? Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? It wouldn't look like a bad low. Excuse me. This is funny because it's actually kind of looks like our higher time frame price action. Just kind of looks like this. God damn it, that's what we were meant to do. The 1 minute chart is doing what we were meant to do on the daily chart. One, two, three. Scam. Do I dream about charts? Sometimes. I used to. I haven't in a while, but I used to have I swear it's like I would fall asleep with the chart somewhere and I would wake up and I'm sure maybe I opened my eyes and saw the charts. It's like I would be dreaming of exactly what the chart was doing and then wake up and the chart would be doing it would look exactly how I was dreaming it. But I think I must have somehow seen it and then just forgot. Like I go to sleep with a picture of where the chart is and then I wake up and the chart is dreaming about where the chart is. But cool story, hey? Cool story. Don't have much more to add to that. Yeah, maybe I should just go to sleep, have a quick dream. I might even short something like that, but it'd be kind of funny. I just want to see what happens up there. Just want to see what happens. I kind of think something interesting may happen. Yeah. I mean, it'd be hard to ignore that. But the timing for me is abysmal. That's how the timing plays out. One thing that is good to, let's just take a look here. I'm gonna pull up something. Give me 1 second. Something that's good to keep in mind is just when the sessions open and close. There's something on TradingView just called trading sessions. It's simple enough. You can see New York, Tokyo, London. But you're kind of out of luck if you aren't trading New York. It's actually quite rough. Big sell-off in New York. And then this would be continuation on the Asian session. And a low into London. Yeah, well, I guess for me, I mean, it's very likely that I'm not long off a rejection here. And honestly, it's probably pretty likely I'm not long for a lower high if we reject here. I would have to be looking for a long up above this level if I was going to carry, like, I'm not talking about scalping anything here. I'm just talking about anything off of these lows. If we start holding above here, then I'm going to be chasing into a long up here somewhere. It's probably likely that I'm trading towards something like this until we break out and claim this level. And then I'll have to find something up here. That's just how it is. I'll probably, I mean, I'm going to be exhausted. It's like 1, 2 in the morning. Don't love putting on a trade then, but I mean, if we got something pretty much exactly like this, I probably have to get up and put on that trade. And then go to sleep. Hope New York's up here. See if we can trade back up towards the weekend high. And not down here. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at this. I mean, as much as I would want to just be long here, I think I got to get long up here if that happens. Otherwise, just look for lower. Sounds like lots of you are long from the low there. It's very possible, or it's not impossible, that we just break out here. But I think tough to ignore into the daily open a rejection out of this. So I think that's what I'm going to be trading towards. Maybe catch the low at the 786 in this channel before bed. Maybe we grind down here, just get like a New York Open breakout. Could be okay too. Yeah, well, maybe, I mean, you know what? I'll leave the live stream running for a little bit, see if we can take the highs here, just so I don't have to open it and close it and restart it. But I'll be right back. Probably like 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. All right. I could end the live stream, but let's see what happens into the close here. Maybe even the next 15 minutes if we bounce here. Still like running that high into the close, but see if we get it. This low trend is weakening here. So it's not looking super great if we don't just bounce now. Starting to hold the downtrend, break the uptrend. Daily close is in an hour, but this is all breaking down. This is starting to roll over. And didn't quite have a super compelling short squeeze, but we'll see. Still, the uptrend is intact, of course. Just the actual kind of trending infrastructure here, not so much. I'm going to clear off the chart here. And just give it a zoomed out naked look. Looks horrendous. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. It sure does look like that low just wants to come, doesn't it? Like, why not just that? Does not look great. Let's look at the weekly chart. Yeah, I would say it looks pretty bearish. Could start looking better if it bounces. But even if it starts bouncing, it really needs to do a lot. Let's go to the 4-hour chart. Because even if, let's just say we get something like this. So this would be sort of the unsurprising thing for a bearish outcome here. This is kind of what the bearish scenario looks like. Just another lower high, maybe run the high from yesterday. You know, if we put in this 786 low, yeah, it's somewhere around there. So bearish scenario, I mean, or we just nuke, but if we bounce, probably something like this. Just sells off into the low. And probably one of the less surprising things if this just fails to break out. And then a bullish scenario from here after the bounce. Probably spends a little bit of time down here. Maybe grab something and we just don't. Yeah, probably just something that looks like a nicer higher low. Or strong grinding uptrend with no weakness. Just doesn't reject. Gonna be hard to say until we get there. But I think a lot of the bearish scenarios probably do get back up into these highs. Maybe if this uptrend breaks. I really wouldn't mind this kind of fake out idea though. It's so nice to front run that low. Just chopping and grinding for weeks. Break out and then wreck everyone. But does not look super bullish at the moment. Some nice confluences up there. Got a GP, SR flip, take some local highs on the daily chart. Let's just kind of draw this out to look a little bit more like it might. I don't know. We'll see. We either bounce or we don't. I don't think there's really any other big ideas beyond at some point taking this low, whether we get a test of the range highs or fake out, or we just go straight to them. I've kind of liked the idea of the ABC correction this entire time, but now that we're here, it sure doesn't look great, does it? Doesn't look awesome. I trade some other stuff too. I trade other things. I'm long on oil. Kind of long a couple times in here. I'm swing long from negative $40, $30. JK. Back then, it's like if you bought the contract, you had to store the oil. Let's see what happens when we take this high. I don't want to get super bearish here. Like at these lows broadly, because this is like, I mean, kind of crazy if you got something like this and you weren't long off of it. I'm just trying to kind of be objective here about how like how good this idea does or doesn't look of a higher low here. My heart tells me it's good, but my eyes tell me it's not that good, but we'll see. Because at this point, you know, it's one thing to put on the long at this low when this was so clean yesterday. You just put it on and price carries higher. But now the chances that this doesn't take a little bit of effort to get in good. And what I mean is just get in when you actually should be in this long is very low. But like I'm gonna have to, because I don't think it's here, but it's probably here, or it's probably up here somewhere. But yeah, anyways, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, thinking about how much I want to work for this higher low idea. Does it even look like something I want to be trading? I think probably. All right, let's see. Here comes the hour before the daily close. See if we can take these highs. We'll flip over to order flow. And there's a chance I take a short off of this, but we'll see. See what happens. Nothing too crazy. There's actually quite a few longs opening on Binance. And Binance's bearish divergence is pretty prominent across these highs. Could look good for a local high. See what happens up here. Longs piling in. Could be a nice pivot at the close. Maybe he's right. I'm just reading on X. And somebody quote tweeted saying the bottom is in. They keep drawing their entries lower and lower. They wanted to long from here. And now they're looking for this. And they'll never get filled. The bottom is in. Truthfully, that could be true. He might be right. But we'll see what happens at these highs. Truthfully, that could be true. All it takes is for price to go straight through the downtrend. I guess I wasn't on this screen. He was just saying that, you know, maybe I was on this screen. Just a random person quote tweeting me saying, I'm looking for this now and that will never come. But, I mean, the truth is, this could still hold up. That's why I'm kind of suspicious of the bounces off of this internal channel here. Doesn't quite make the most sense. Internally here, but there's probably a way to get there if you're looking at this as like an internal ABC channel. Maybe it doesn't make the most sense here, but can't help be suspicious off this low. Maybe I should just add now. And cut at break even if we don't go straight through the downtrend. The break even trader. Well, someone says, do you have certain days of the week that play out better? I think play out better for swings. Well, looking at this, 0 days of the week played out well for swing longs. For quite a while here. I think longs on Mondays and Tuesdays, though, can seem to play okay. I mean, it's kind of a really broad statement. It just really depends on price action. I think there was a while where statistically shorting Wednesdays was a little better probability. Longs on Mondays and Tuesdays. It's kind of like doing nothing on Saturday is oftentimes the play, not always. I didn't actually add to my long there, by the way. I don't find accepting break evens that painful most of the times, because like I'm usually long from a low like this, right? Something like that. Like if I'm getting break even, it's like I kind of want to be break even. Because you're kind of like, I mean, I did hold through a retest, but like if you're trading into some meaningful structure, I think they can be frustrating to take because it usually means you're just round tripped some part of your position, or there'd be nothing to break even out of. I keep forgetting what screen I'm on. I think I was pointing out something on the chart, but okay. Here comes some shorts starting to poke their nose in here. They were shorts. Now they're just longs closing. Sometimes the open interest changes. Okay. We have some sellers coming in here, so maybe this could be kind of interesting. We could get some absorption here on a sell-off and pop through the highs. Or we just cascade lower. But we might get some info here. Makes sense why there's some shorts coming in, because this has kind of the look of an uptrend starting to break down, a lower high. You know, there's technically, you could say, some weakness here. If you're looking at the chart like this, kind of saying, well, this is kind of breaking down, lower high, so it's not objectively wrong. Failed to break out a new high. Makes sense to see some sellers wanting to come in here. I kind of wouldn't mind. I kind of wouldn't mind just coming down into these lows and maybe long that, like front run this and add there. And then maybe just trim on any weakness up at the highs. That could be the it's just more compelling if we haven't taken this high yet to long something like that. That could be my opportunity to long the bottom. And if there's no weakness, I just hold. If there's any, then I just accept the TP. But not as interested in that if we do this first. It probably seems like I'm just sitting around waiting a lot, for example, right now. And I kind of am. I mean, could be something interesting to do if we run these highs. Price has looked kind of strong. It's kind of looking a little weak right now, but running these local lows could be interesting as well. And also just push right up through them. Yeah, I'm gonna say there's a good chance. There's a good chance if we do this into the daily close, I probably am going to take a long off of there. And not necessarily a scalp long. I'll just make up my mind at the highs. I'll see what everything looks like. If it looks like this, and I have something to trail under for a small win, if we reject, then I'll do that. And if we just carry on higher, then I'll carry it. So it's kind of like a semi-scalp. It's like a semi-bluff long. Do I wake up at for New York Open at 6 a.m. every day? Not, I haven't been able to. Like I woke up today at like 5:30 or something. Um, but I actually haven't been able to trade the New York Open quite a few times in the last couple of weeks, and it actually is kind of rough. It's hard playing catch up if you can't actively trade the New York Open. I just have some personal circumstances, not looking for any pity, but it's nothing too serious. But yeah, just some things in my personal life. It's made it hard to actively trade the New York Open. So, but that is coming to an end. And so it's always been a priority. You know, I've lived all over the world to be available to trade the New York Open, but it's just something that you can't escape the reality how much harder it is to trade when you aren't trading the New York session. Because like everything that is interesting happens during that session. Not everything, but a lot of the things. And you're kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit if you're not trading it. Yeah, I've only really been able to kind of peep the market through the opening of New York for just the last some number of weeks. Well, quite a bit since the new year. Not the whole new year, but all the locally interesting stuff kind of forms and plays out around New York. I would definitely suggest, you know, for anyone interested in trading Bitcoin to look at trading the New York session if you can. The Asian session's not bad either. London's the worst. Because it's either screwing you or it's screwing you. But like, yeah, like example, just from a timing perspective, like if we do something like this, it's like all of a sudden this level's coming in at, 2 in the morning. And do you really want to get up and trade a level at 2 in the morning when a lot of the times, not all the time, but you can just get something like that at New York anyways. I'm not really a dog or like or cat preference person. There's some cats I like, some dogs I like. I mean, I probably lean towards dogs, but I don't dislike cats. This is kind of boring, but I kind of feel pot committed at this point to to stay on the live stream. Now it's like till the daily close. See if this high gets taken for this local loan. The reason that I'm saying, it's like for me, just the way I trade it, a scalp long for me here for a short squeeze is different than I would trade a swing long. And so even if I have a long, some of that's in sizing and some other things that I wouldn't be happy even if this broke out and I wasn't in a swing long. Even if I had a long. I mean, yeah, it is good in situations like this. Like you have a plan, but you should have some thought of what you're going to do in a few different circumstances. Like, would you trade something like this? You know, if you're kind of leaning towards trading around something like this, but what if this starts happening? It's good to just have some ideas. It doesn't take much for this all to start looking very bullish at the highs either. I don't think there's so many people in here. The view count never goes up or down, but I'm curious what percentage of the people here are long? Or who's short, long, or, well, I guess we won't know the percentage, but short, long, or not positioned. Which one describes you? Probably most people are long. Yeah. A few people saying they're long. A few people earlier said they were long. I think we might come for these lows. Uh, Am I bullish long term? I mean, I'm not really thinking beyond like the, next 6 to 7 months. I don't have like a mini year thesis on Bitcoin that I'm trading. Wouldn't hate it. We just ran these lows. I would hate it if we nuke them though, because I was considering shorting the sweep of that high. So yeah, I'll probably, let this play out. Hopefully, another 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Hopefully something maybe like this, something like this, or this. See what happens at the highs. Maybe see what happens at these lows. I might long something like that, and I might short something like this. And if I'm not long from here and prices up here, I may long some strength out of this. There's lots of possibilities here. Take a look at order flow as these lows potentially get tested here. Structurally, this looks kind of weak at the highs. Just locally weak. Can bounce off these local lows too, but it's all give or take 0.5%. The daily close is coming up pretty quick, 18 minutes. Ugh. These local lows look pretty vulnerable at this point. Whether or not we bounce from them, we'll see. But for me, it'll be an interesting setup here. Let's zoom in on the order flow. Mostly looking at what's happening in the candle that takes these lows. I expect a lot of longs closing. And just for a quick frame of reference, I'm looking to see what happens when we run these lows. Maybe deep run, local run. It's never a bad idea. I mean, you can just visualize it just to be aware of where the general downtrend is. Just in the cases where it's like price is doing this. Again, you can eyeball that as well. I don't mind a deeper run either. I'll discuss in a second, but I'm just gonna mention in the Discord that I am still live. I might trade something like this. Gotta be quick. Okie dokie. Might do one more. Yeah, I guess I just don't want to assume, people are in the Discord. I mean, sorry, in the live stream. So I'll just. Sorry, I was just writing in the Discord. These lows can kind of come quick to the close here. So we will see. But it's ultimately has some looks of a potential kind of range situation. So, we're in a pretty grindy downtrend. This might just instantly get stopped out, but if I see a reason that I think looks compelling enough to try the long, then I will. If price goes straight down, then I won't take a long. But I'm open to it here. And then if we get this, then I'm kind of positioned here and then can kind of make my decision up here based on what happens. If we just go lower, then we go lower. Um, I won't look at a bunch of other charts right now, but I'm sure Sol does look interesting. Just, yeah. Testing some local lows. Everything looks damn bearish, doesn't it? Sol looks, just at a glance, not great. At least on log scale. But I can see what you might be interested in here. Sorry, this is the daily chart. Just coming and running these daily lows. Same thing. Just everything actually just does look quite awful, but we'll see what happens. All right, I'll go on order flow here. Just kind of narrate what I'm looking at. Seeing some long shorts closing too, but a little bit of absorption here locally. Just kind of aggressive selling here. No strength. The most aggressive version of the downtrend is certainly holding just locally here. The daily close is in 7 minutes. So it wouldn't be such a bad look on a kind of, especially for the bullish scenarios, if those are even worth talking about. If we close this daily candle up here and then we leave a wick below us, the daily candle, and we have sort of this this kind of retest, kind of wick left behind, get a big impulse here, and then see what happens up there, if we get that at all. But this is the kind of trade I mean, I'm probably entering in kind of aggressively if I see something I like. And we keep in mind that price is still at the major GP. So still just an important level here overall. It's just local PA hasn't been incredibly pretty. All right. If I long this aggressively, if I long a reaction off these lows, you know, I kind of want to just see, you know, especially if you're just trading with relatively small size, it's easy to get in and out of. Just kind of want to see price, you know, bouncing really cleanly, breaking its local downtrend, holding up higher lows, and just carrying on. Higher. And still not long yet off this double bottom, if you want to call it that. Waiting for the daily close. I kind of prefer front running this a little bit and leaving a wick behind on the daily candle, which is in 3 minutes. A little bit of shorting coming in here on Bybit. Nothing crazy, but this candle at the low here was primarily shorts. 6 million negative delta, 10 million volume, increasing open interest. See on the sell side here. This is just the same thing on Binance. So I wouldn't mind seeing a bunch of shorts pile in into these lows as we break down, and then probably just gonna long to get some strength from there. Those shorts are a little underwater, nothing too crazy. Daily close in 2 minutes. That's never a good feeling, to open your short and then price instantly starts going the other direction. You know, you gotta understand the trade people are taking. Price is grinding into these lows. People probably trading for something like this. If this just nukes, catch that break to the downside, but they end up kind of stuck here. Maybe we squeeze them out first. That's not a trade I would take, by the way. No, that's not a trade you can take. I mean, lows break, but now some longs coming in on Binance. Daily close is in 5 seconds. And now we'd just like to see rejection here. Maybe a lower high and run the lows and find a reason to take a long and then see what happens. And if price runs away without me, then I secretly did long. Oof. Don't scam us. I just got so tired. Okay, now come back down, run the lows, and if we can run these lows and then rally up to that high I was referencing earlier, at that point I won't care so much what happens. If we just blast through that downtrend, I'm fine with that, because I'll have put on a long. I would say just, I'll say generally speaking, we'll see what happens here. Generally speaking, if you're going to trade something like this, I mean, it's probably most of the time, I know this is only 1 hour to here, and you just have some chance of carrying it higher. So it's like I said, it's like a semi-scalp where giving it a chance to maybe break out of here, but you might just take some off. That's my plan anyways. But but most of the time your best bet is to stick your stop under the previous low and wait for some kind of reclaim of structure. There are ways to get in more aggressively, depending on what happens here. But I think most cases that'd be the most reasonable way to approach structuring along off this low. That's kind of something that's, you have structure to put your stop loss under. It's not something you're necessarily looking to get in super tight somewhere. And in the chance, or in the case that, let's say, the quote-unquote bullish scenario plays out, you have a little bit downtrend here, and this happens. Excuse me, I'm choking on my spit. Still in a nice position. And you don't necessarily need to, overcomplicate your entry and your stop loss here. And, even if you enter in aggressively here and this happens, you can even wait out some of the chop. I'm not advising what anyone specifically should do. I'm just saying structurally, it's probably the most straightforward way to think about longs from here without overcomplicating it. Maybe we can now trap these longs on Binance. Add some shorts at the lows. Kind of dealt the neutral candle here. But certainly some of these shorts would have closed up here. Yeah. It's not a dry throat. I just choked. I choked on my spit. Where do I think the ETH bottom is? Well, it depends if we're talking about major bottom or local bottom. I mean, funny enough, ETH. Oh, man, everything looks so bearish here. Like whenever I zoom out, I'm like, why am I trying to long anything or even thinking about it at this point? Because all of these like just on the daily chart, the way this all unfolded, like look at this. Like ETH literally just wants to go straight down. That's what it looks like. But I would personally be surprised for you asking where the ETH bottom is. If at some point, whether we get something like this or it's like this, if at some point we don't take this low and honestly take the $850 low, I'd be surprised if we don't. Lots can happen between here and there, but if I was going to take a swing long, with the most interesting swing long on ETH to me would just be $860. But that could be, again, after something like this, right? But yeah, this just this kind of rolling over, down trending, grinding price action just looks, on the daily chart, it just looks very bearish actually. Like it didn't really even form as a range. But maybe if I play my cards right, I get in a long, but I don't lose even if price nukes. That would be ideal. And yeah, the reason I'm not just taking along here is I want to see what happens when we take these lows. I might not even long that. These aren't signals. I'm not telling you guys to long. You know, if I'm taking a long, I have no idea what's going to happen. It can be wrong. I can take a stop loss. And there's no point in trading ideas that you don't understand, and no point in trading with real money if you don't have experience doing so, or trading ideas and stuff that you've back tested, forward tested, sideways tested. Um, yeah, for sure. Someone says a high volume spike off the lows would change the bearish picture. I think things can easily end up looking bullish from here. Like all you need is a big candle to go up, and then it's like doesn't look so bearish. Downtrend to start breaking. But this is objectively bearish price action. Oh, see, this is where your steel starts getting tested. Somebody said maybe the bounce off the 382 is it. It could be. This is, if you're referring to just this local bounce that just happened, this could be an epic live stream front run situation. Just double bottom here. These guys that just got short are getting hooped, but we can still squeeze them out and roll back over. I'm holding out some small amount of hope at this point. We'll see. This would be unfortunate if we just actually ripped from here. That would be no fun. Because at this very moment, price looks kind of strong. But got the highs right here. There's lots of longs to put on here, by the way. I mean, I'm there's a chance if we just show a lot of strength through these highs, even that I just end up in a long. I mean, the low's less than 2% away. But let's wait to see what happens. Again, Binance, it's not crazy, but there's been a decent amount of absorption since yesterday. And a decent amount of long still coming in here. I wouldn't have minded just taking that one last low. There's probably some scenarios where I should be long here, but I should have longed that low. Came 5 minutes before the daily close there. No wick on the daily candle, just straight up from the open. Why do you look so strong, Bitcoin? That is the question. Is crypto currently where I'm finding the most opportunity? Well, I'm short the stock market and I'm long oil. So those are the two other notable non-crypto trades I have on. And Bitcoin looks pretty strong. Looks like it's probably just gonna run these highs now. We'll see what happens up there. Again, there's cases where I just have to, because I did not get in this long, there's cases where I have to long strength out of this. And, you know, can always size it, something like that. And if it carries, it carries. And if it starts looking kind of crappy, well, just get out. But yeah, I'm not really too excited about not having a long on if this starts happening. We'll see what happens at the highs. Yeah, this is the sad part where if things had gone a little bit differently, you're in this long and this price is coming up here, you're kind of just gonna win no matter what. But still on the grind, I guess, for figuring out what to do here. It would be a little bit unfortunate if this just rips through now. Yeah. This looks pretty strong. We'll see what happens with these highs. Some of those Binance shorts starting to close up here. Bybit shorts, rather. Nope, they're longs now. Sometimes the open interest kind of flips back and forth around the opening of the candle, I've noticed. It'll show a decrease open interest, but then it switches to increase or vice versa. I mean, this is kind of pretty strong local grinding into the highs. So, I mean, you kind of need you're kind of expecting some kind of impulse through this. Just does it carry or does it reject? I still lean towards a rejection. I would just rather have that long on when we get to the highs to decide what to do. Just it's a more comfortable position to be in. Because I don't know what's going to happen. What an awful live stream. Just kidding. I just realized it's been 3.5 hours. I think I've just been sitting here kind of waiting. So I don't know if you guys are keeping track, but right now we want price to go down because we didn't take the long, right? So now we don't want price to break out. Technically a clean bounce off the middle of the hypothetical channel. Now the question is, we just, at least on Binance, what about Bybit? We just front ran this local high. Question is if we revisit these lows, do I take the long? And we just call it a flat. That's what you do when you miss your long and price does this, you say there's your A, B, C. It's a flat. And then you also know it's a really good long because C's are the bottom. Of course, I don't know actually if this would it kind of looks C, A, B, C, E. A, B, C. For bigger A, B, C. It looks a lot more official if you throw some letters on it. You have 3 waves to the downside. When you don't want to count it, you say it's a diagonal. Or something. And yeah, looks right. There's 3 waves, there's 3 waves. Now we need 5 waves here. Flat. So yeah, I will long if we come back into the lows. That'll give us a wick on the daily candle. And we can hold out hope that the bottom is in. And this was our 1, 2. We just blast through the downtrend. Problem solved. Well, everything looks super bearish right now, but this is also right where things could start looking bullish. We're kind of in that gray area, and let's just say there's many ways that price can go much lower for no higher low, no bounce, but there's not so many ways that price can put in a higher low. So this is probably one of them. And so I could get into a situation where I'm long, and even if this isn't going to work, I pull out all the risk, I maybe even trim some profits off of it if there's a rejection, leave something on maybe. And even though I was bearish, I got into a long at the lows. And if the bear scenarios play out, I don't even take a loss on my long anyways. That's kind of what I'm trying to engineer here for myself. Because not that I didn't take the long, for example, but I was prepared to take this long. And had I taken this long, this wouldn't have been a very scary long for me to take. I would have taken that long, so probably similarly I would take this one. And let's just the fact that I'm willing to let it go if there's no strength off of that low. Yes, I mentioned a little earlier, I do sometimes trade the index. Not that I would advise it. I mean, I technically did catch one short. That kind of looked okay for a little bit. But I am short on the stock market, on the S&P 500. Now, whether or not that yields anything positive for me, we'll see. Okay, so now we're just going to say we're forming our 1-2 in our C leg. So that we don't think we have to long. It's not that there's technically price can bounce from anywhere, but you know, structurally, if it's going to bounce from anywhere, it's I'd say, you know, if you think technical levels matter, taking this low, bouncing from the GP, there still is this descending structure here. There's structure here, right? There's some structure here, so this is probably one chance, and then probably the next chance is something like the 786. And like, so to look for longs around there, to be open to longs around here makes sense to me. I don't think I'll be in a scenario where I'm going to end up longing hopefully too many things here, because if it's not from here and it's not from here, and I can find a way to get in and out of trades from here and here with minimal risk, worst case I take a full stop or maybe a partial win or a break even, I'm gonna try to set those trades up. Like you know, if we just bounce from here or we bounce from here, then I'll probably not be in that long. But around the clean structure, I'm willing to look for something similar to this. Like, say we do this, we come down and we do this, even this, like a breakout of this downtrend could be a try. I'm essentially trying to put myself in a position where if we come back to retest this, I'm already long. But holding my long through a breakout here, it has similar ideas of just longing a breakout, right? I'm risk on long. Just given this price action as well, I wouldn't be particularly surprised if we can range and chop around here. And yeah, I just think even in the losing cases, and let's say losing is where there is no big rally here and price goes much lower, I'm still getting out of this trade okay a lot of the times, I think. So it's worth digging around at. If that makes sense. are poking around at. But I'm fading, and I'm regretting being on this live stream for 4 hours. No, I'm not regretting it, but it's probably I don't know. I guess you guys are here, so you're would rather be here than not, I suppose. So that's good enough for me. It's kind of like a low expectation long, but I think in a lot of the cases, not every case, some cases I will just take a stop loss, but there's a lot of cases where I kind of just get out of it okay anyways. So it's and in the cases where the lows do hold and we do bounce from this GP and we reclaim that previous low, I'm just happy to be in the long. So and you know, like I said, I mean, the reason to kind of wait, the reason to kind of wait at all, and maybe this isn't even really well advised in a lot of cases, is there's scenarios here where I have to long up here, but there's also scenarios where I don't long this, I don't even long this because there's no reason to, and I just don't even end up taking a long, right? So I'm kind of looking for a decent reason to take a long or a decent reason not to. And all this waiting around in between might just be that I'm end up waiting to long the top. But ideally, I put myself in a good position. And honestly, if we got something that looked like this, I'm probably long into something like that. And I'm probably just cutting if there's no follow through. If it starts just like doing this, then, you know, maybe give it a little bit of a chance, but if it's like grindy, trending price action, I'll probably put something on. Are your reasons to long all just volume and breakup structure based? Well, it can be reclaim of structure. Like the reason I'm not super excited about longs and I'm willing to maybe poke at something like this is we've broken down this previous low, we've rejected from it once and possibly to be twice. If we reclaim it, that's where I kind of have to start looking at longs again. But I will, like, here's a good example. Like last night, I longed kind of right at the Pico low of this move. And yeah, I put it on pretty aggressively into a local break of trending price action. I didn't really screw around too much. This wick came in, this one. There's a low time down trend, and I just longed it into some strength. And then that ultimately held up, got a move. But so it's maybe like a low time structure that I'm looking at. Like I'm not going to open a long. If I'm sitting here watching this, I'm not going to open a long if price is just doing this and it hits the level and then it's just doing this, right? Like if there's no reason to take the long, then I'm not going to take it. And you know, the reason to long here, it's not just because oh, a previous high is getting reclaimed or a trend line's breaking out. The whole context here is we are running this low. We are at the GP of the range. That's a nice technical level. We have kind of wicked through it a little bit. It's a level I've been looking to long. We're reclaiming this previous low. Sorry, this previous low in the case of a breakout here. So it's just at some point, you know, when do you just kind of put that trade back on? And I kind of tried to get cute with trying to long a sweep of these lows and kind of swing and a miss there. Well, no swing and a miss. Kind of preempting the run up to these highs. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in an awkward position locally here because I'm not going to be I know this sounds like a weird thing to say, but I'm not going to be surprised if we do start breaking out of this. I'm not going to be surprised to long it and then for the whole thing to fail. But I still kind of have to do it. Unfortunately, I would have liked to have just put the long on down here. It's always a chance. This happens. But this is where it's like, you know, whatever emotions you have in a moment like this, like if you think whatever, I mean, if you think you kind of like this idea of rejecting off of this, and like in my exact situation, you wanted to long this, it didn't come, now this is happening, and now you're thinking, oh, what do I do if this happens? Well, I don't want to long the top, I think we could still reject. There's so much structure here. Just let price make the decision for you. You know, it is what it is. I can't really fix the fact that I didn't get price didn't come into this, and I took that long with longing this, right? You know, maybe we come back to it. Maybe we don't. Maybe we break out of here. Maybe I have to long something like that. Maybe it looks really bad after and I have to cut it for a partial loss. Just deal with it when it comes. But I find if you try to guess too much what you think is going to happen, you end up in weird spots where you're, you know, especially like low time frame stuff like this, where you are long here because you think this is coming and then this happens. And maybe you cut it somewhere down here and then you're long here because you think it's coming again. Then this happens. And you just kind of put yourself in weird spots. I think I would long these lows and I may short these highs or long a breakout if there's no weakness. And other than that, just kind of waiting to see what happens here. And I guess the small difference is too, if I get into a long like this and I can get out of it somewhere in here, if there's any weakness, then I'm in the long with less risk, right? Because the setup kind of looks okay internally. Whereas a long from here is kind of a little awkward. And I usually, like if I wasn't on live stream here, just set some alerts at the lows, at the highs. If you're around. What would this? We impulse to this GP. That's our GP. I kind of hope this happens because I hope this happens because this will be interesting to navigate. If we just have like a wick kind of breakout here. Be interesting to navigate on the live stream. Because I don't know if you really just want to long in every case there if that downtrend breaks, but at least not aggressively maybe. Even if we had some bearish or bullish divergences forming into these, I might consider longing, but we kind of don't. So yeah, well, there's something so someone is saying interesting. Thanks for sharing. Seems like fibs, trend lines, volume, and structure shifts are methods I've just never seen done on such low time frames. Yeah, something I point out a lot, and I have some like scalping videos in the members Discord. Is just, oftentimes if you go into these low time frames on the 1 minute chart, let's go to the 3 minute chart. We can see the same thing. Is just these simple trending grinding structures for strength, for weakness. I mean, if you get into the low time frames, are quite strong as signs of strength to get long. Price ends up in these really clean low time frame trends quite regularly. And, for example, it's just even something like this trend. Like these are the types of things I would use if I have a level of interest for a short. I would use to navigate short entries. And I do it because, if you trade the low time frames for long enough, you just notice how clean they are. So, it seems kind of can seem kind of noobish in a way to just be drawing out simple trend lines as some part of your trading strategy, but they work quite well. You should always be aware of your trending structure. Doesn't mean every trade has to be formed around it, but you should be aware of where the relevant trend lines are. All right. Just put this high up here. I don't always wait for a trend line to take an entry. Like, you can enter in at the highs or the lows, but I think generally speaking, if there's some kind of low time frame trending structure into your level, most people are just better off to use that as a sign of strength or weakness. Not every time there's a trend line that's close enough that it really makes sense to base the trade around, but a lot of times there is. Well, this is the moment-ish of truth. I don't necessarily just want to end the live stream regardless of what happens here, but I also do. It's kind of more just a hanging out session, I guess. I mean, I'd almost say I should spare people the replay and delete this afterwards. I usually try to be a little bit more, you know, just kind of cover more stuff and be a little more if not compact, then just covering things the entire time that are interesting. But there's a lot of dead air in this live stream. We're still in the market for the flat. It's still possible. Anything is possible. An example of clean structure. I think I kind of gave one before, but just clean interactions with technical structure, highs, lows, fibs, trending structure, parallel structure. Like, to me, you know, it's like, for example, there's timing confluences to trendings or parallel structure or trending structure. Let's just say, imagine this happens. I'm not saying it will, but imagine it does. And price comes, let's clean that up even a little bit more. Price comes into something like this right here. Well, it kind of makes it more compelling to long some strength off of there because you have the 786. It's right into the parallel structure on this higher time frame and into the lower time frame parallel structure. So there's like all of these kind of clean confluences. A bounce from there looks really clean. But if you start looking at like this and this and this, this, all the structure doesn't look as clean. I mean, if you're basing your, trade off of something like that, there's just kind of, sometimes you get these really nice clean interactions. And I prefer those. When the structure gets kind of washed out, it's not as clean. So at this point, oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Okay, I'll do that again. I was just pointing out, the other idea of longing something down here. So, if you imagine price comes up like this, or maybe we get that flat kind of idea, does something like this, and then runs into this low as it intersects with this parallel structure to the downside, this lower time frame parallel structure, there's this timing confluence at the 786, and then starts getting some strength off of there. Well, that's kind of a really clean interaction with the structure, but you could get kind of to the same level, or region, but it looks like this, and let's go like this. It kind of washes through the 786, washes through all the channeling structure, does something like this. You could kind of say like, well, it's kind of still there, but it's not very clean. It's not really interacting cleanly with the structure. Where something like this looks very clean because it's bouncing off the channel low. It's holding this channel. It's holding the 786. Even if it comes and retests this low, but and stays interacting with the highs of this channel and then breaks out of it, it all still just looks very clean. Because the reason I like that is because when you go back and you look at price action and you draw out all this stuff, you're going to find these types of clean structures all the time. And if price likes to move in those clean structures, then I like to trade around the clean structures and get a little bit more iffy about the trades when the structure is not as clean. Which this looks super clean at the time. This still kind of worked, but it's getting a little messy now. All right, I'm gonna refresh the I may just end this live stream, like, because even if we reject from here, I mean, we're talking about the rest of the evening here. So I'm just gonna refresh my plan. I'm gonna try to do it really concisely here. You know what? I'm gonna start from just the top down. The reason I was interested in longs down here is we had a nice level, sweeping this weekly low. I thought it looked quite nice for a push up to something like this, a move down to the downside. We got a really nice bounce off there. I longed it last night. On this retest, this rejection from here, it doesn't look as clean, but I'm still, there's another idea of coming down lower, which I'm open to if all this trending structure holds. But I'm still kind of interested in approaching longs here. And so as of now, the way that I plan to do that is ideally get something like this that looks kind of clean on a bounce, take a long into that, probably have a stop under there. And if we just are rejecting off of this, whether I take partials or I take a full TP and then maybe just reopen and use some of those profits to offset my risk if we break out, and then look for lower. And if we just rip through, then I'm long from the lows and I'm happy. And really, it's just getting a little messy here, but none of the actual structure that kind of makes this level interesting has broken. It's just starting to get messy. And so some of that is there's some channeling structure here. Obviously, there's the lows. The big important sign of strength, which we've already gotten once, and it hasn't really, it didn't hold, is reclaiming this previous low. So off the first touch of this level, we bounced, we reclaimed the low, but we've washed it out again. But this kind of parallel structure is still somewhat intact, you could say. But anyways, my plan to kind of offset my risk in some of the scenarios, not that this can't just instantly get stopped out anyways, but is to look for maybe a long off something like this and navigate a little bit of a pullback here, give price a chance to break out. If not, I can just TP a bit and maybe get back long if we reclaim and break this out. And I was going to long down here. We front ran it, but I'm just calling this a potential ABC flat. And so maybe I get another chance. We can maybe wait a few minutes if price wants to go straight down. But technically, we need 5 waves for a wave C, so I don't even know how that looks. Maybe something like that. Which means we have another hour. From an order flow perspective, I don't know if there's much too interesting to say right here. Binance looks kind of bearish. And if price just goes straight down here, then probably just don't want to be long. Scale of 1 to 10, does that make sense? 10 being sense, 1 being not. I'm probably, someone says, let's say that price bounces off a level. Will you consider entering a position, or would you wait for a pullback and plan to move from there? It depends on the scenario. Honestly, if this had come a little bit lower, I would have probably just longed a reaction like this. I was waiting for a little bit lower because I didn't like, and I kind of still don't, that the daily open was right here. So, you know, the daily open came about 5 minutes after this low, and we just impulse straight up with no wick on the daily close. I don't like the look of a daily candle like this. My chart's a little messy with no wick. I would much rather have that little wick come into the daily open and long that. It's just kind of has a better look for the bullish scenarios on the chart, but this would give us a wick, so yeah. So I would long, like, let's just say, just because we're on such a low time frame, this is what's going to be relevant. If there's grinding trending structure, even like this on this low time frame, I would just long a break of that structure. I mean, if you want to say you're waiting for this and waiting for some kind of pullback, you could play it that way as well. In this case, I mean, this isn't stuff you need to know, and it's probably not even a flat, so it probably doesn't matter. But, you know, this is, you know, you're kind of looking for even something like this here. So ultimately, if you're long off these lows, your stop is probably down here, and you're probably letting some of different variations of this play out anyways, or just getting stopped. Yeah, I think I about covered a lot of everything and maybe a lot of nothing. But in theory, there's scenarios where price goes down, there's scenarios where price goes up, and I could be positioned well regardless of which scenarios happen. I should mention this. If we just nuke here, which is a possibility, let's get rid of this. Well, then I think we're just calling this a triangle, and we're saying that the wave 4 is in, the ABC is in, and then just looking for this low to come and looking to long a run of this low. So not me. That's what I'm looking at doing. You guys do whatever you want. This is this is a whole lot of, sometimes you do zoom out and look at this chart and you kind of say, there's 1% of price action here. Is it really worth trying to do all this for a setup like this? Or do you just long? But I think there's cases where it's worth it. That's what I'm doing anyways. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll probably ideally update this in the Discord, but I gotta get off the screen here for a little bit.